Good morning. I, one time there was a Indian guy sitting on the side of the road. He had a horse. This American guy came up to him and told him, he said, I'll buy that horse off you. That Indian guy looked at the horse. He said, don't look good. I don't care. He said, I'll fix him. I'll make him fat and I'll let him run around. And he says, I'll give you $500. Don't look good. Jeepers. Okay, he said, I'll give you 1,000. Don't look good. Okay, here's my final offer. He said, I'll give you $5,000 for that horse. That Indian guy said, okay, give me 5,000, you can take it. He took that horse, he went back to his farm, he let that horse go. He noticed that that horse was bumping into everything. So that American guy, holy shit, that old Indian guy sold me a blind horse. So he went back to the Indian guy who was still sitting there. He said, hey man, he said, you sold me. You lied to me. You sold me a blind horse. The Indian guy looked at him. He says, I never lied to you. I told you don't look good.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I think we're going to start the meeting off. We're going to have the Dene Nation elder. He represents the Dene Nation as an elder, Felix Lockhart, and he's going to open up with a prayer. So if everyone would stand.
Morning. Let's take a few moments or time here to acknowledge our Creator. I can say good morning to all the chiefs, Grand Chief, all the chiefs, all the elders, youth. Ever since I was involved with this kind of work back, I just remind myself that in October of 1969, that's when the Indian Brotherhood started to get together to address the issues of pipeline concern at that time. So the elders were very adamant in forming an organization. That's when I started to notice, like before any discussions was taking place, there was a prayer. One of the elders always said a prayer. And it just went on like that for years and years. And it was a remarkable observation because the way I was brought up was in residential school, and it was very different when I went back home. And since then, the Dene Nation has been very active, very powerful in all the issues that were challenging to us at that time, from then on, until the very moment of the Constitution in Canada, Section 35, acknowledging Aboriginal treaty rights. And that, that's what we had. Our elders, they talk about us working together. They talk about mutual respects in each of our treaties, 8 and 11. And so it went on like that today. Right now, it's still going on, despite what happens in the world around us. We ask that when we pray, we always ask our Creator, from what my elders taught me, is to be able to be thankful and grateful for what we have. Not to ask for too much, but just basically to make sure that we have our culture, our language, our kindness, our love for the things that we do each day. Because we don't know, they tell us how and when we're going to pass on to the spirit world again. But for the time being, while we're here, let us work together. Let us get along with each other. Let us express our kindness and love with each other. Those are some of the things that elders have been talking to me about, not only by elders, but even here, Deline elders, other elders from other communities like that. So that's the basis, I think. The whole idea is to be able to strengthen ourselves as an organization, to be able to lift ourselves up and go beyond the harsh decisions that other politicians make in the US, for example, where they make foolish decisions. I think it's important that we don't get too bogged down by that, but rather to concentrate on ourselves as a Dene Nation, what we can do to strengthen our communities, our people, so that our language and culture will continue on, especially for the young generations. So when we pray, just remember that, and also the losses. There was a loss already on Monday, and then I understand there's another loss this morning. People passing on back into the spirit world. We have to acknowledge that. We have to keep that in our prayers, because that's all that we can do. a creator is the boss, and we can do what we can ourselves. So I pray the best way you know how. Sinulsinadaye Marcy in a sense. Your Neneke, I see the kind of bunny last year in a zone with idea. Marcinitenasi, Nulsinadaye, Nolatina, oh, not this either cable, see the Abney Lele Wadura, the health in the zone in the Nulsinadaye Marcy in a sense. I see the kind of bunny last year, Marcinitenasi, but no, not throw, no, need not throw, no, die not throw, another not throw. Mercy in a sense, not in a day. Mercy at Silla, mercy is the tuna, mercy Joe.
You have the floor, Chief Dene Cadet.
Good morning. It's like somebody threw us in a deep freezer this morning. I don't know where that cold weather came from because it was supposed to be kind of warm all week. One of my mechanics came in yesterday. He said he was by the junction and went outside to go to the bathroom. It was nice and warm. He said he went up the road. Not even 10 minutes. It just dropped to -40, he said. So must be just in and around here. Melanie won't be joining us today. She's going to head home. Felix mentioned somebody passed away. It was Melanie's niece that passed away. So just our prayers to her and her family. But she's going to head home as soon as she gets gas. So just make sure if you see her, let her know that you're thinking about her. I got to go probably about 10:15 around there to the airport. We have our body coming in for Alfred Pitsidia, so I gotta be there to receive him, and then I'll be back shortly after that. It won't take too long. I'll just let you guys know. Merci. People are starting to roll in from other communities for the hand games. I think we're getting close to 32 teams now, so if we keep going, we'll probably try to hit 36, but right now, about 32 teams. And King Show members, they're making their way here. They're gathering at Hot Lake. Some of them, they're already around that area. So I'm not sure they'll be traveling today or not, but most likely they will. It's pretty cool. But we have some guys that are going to go meet them and then bring them in. So hopefully that happens today. I just don't know the time yet, but and there's a lot of people phoning and they're on their way. So Fort Good Hope, your road is closed for now. So if you let your members know, it's on Facebook already. Vehicle jackknife, so they just got to pull it out of the way. But once they get that road will be open again. So those are quick announcements. Be safe, cold out there. Masi.
Masicho, Chief Dene Cadet. So yesterday, our last conversation was the Boreal caribou. If you want to continue the discussion or if you have any suggestions, now's the time to speak about it. Our next subject is the state of emergencies in the communities. Chief Philip brought that up, and that's going to be a long conversation. So if you want to speak about the Boreal caribou now, is there anybody that would like to speak about it? Okay, if there's no conversations on the, sorry, Grand Chief Kashan.
But it's never really asked for it. It's always somebody else's. We're always doing somebody else's work for them. I mean, somebody else's that complaining about the boreal caribou the habitat, and we have never brought it up. But it's always somebody else. They're just trying to get almost information off you, like, so I always look at it that way. So when people ask for us, or when they say something or trying to use a law that doesn't really affect us, but they still put us in there, it's just like they're asking for our expertise. So next time, maybe if they want to talk about boreal cave, let them come here. Let them come to us. See what they want. I mean, Alberta or somebody saying that the habitat is in danger, but ourselves, our Tonzi are pretty good. But we don't need to share that. I mean, it belongs to us and our Dene. We're the ones that live in all of it, not them. They don't really care. All they want is to get sumba, and that's all they care about. So, Masi.
Masicho, Grand Chief Kashan. Elder Sub-Chief JC.
Yeah, good morning, Masi. I think just to provide like a quick update, I think I mentioned this before, one of our meetings in, I believe it was in Yellowknife, was asking Deline for support at that time. The time we got raided by wildlife officers in Saitanana, where we had our traditional camp. And I guess kind of the same situation as the that was presented to us yesterday. Had to go through a court case, and the court got thrown out, but GNWT still persist that what they're doing is right, but was illegal what they were doing, taking samples and from our meat and also triggering our elders. In the past, when there was residential school around in the fall time, August, early September, plane would come around and pick up kids, and some of the elders that were at the camp got triggered because they were part of that experience, and so so like it wasn't very like a good experience. It was like emotional, it was tough, and just to see the wildlife officers coming out, like all dressed up in like a military outfit, and also there was young people there. We had kids. We also had visitors from New Zealand over there. So like it wasn't a good show at all. And so we tried to do like a reconciliation agreement where we kind of thought that maybe, we can establish like a working relationship and talk things out, and because there's protocols that's already put in place, within Saitanana, within our national park, and they ignored to follow it. So there were some of the things that was mentioned, but as we kept discussing the situation, like it doesn't seem right. Just to shake hands and say, like, I'm sorry. Like it's got to go beyond that. So ever since then, communication between GWT and us has stalled, and we're gonna probably take a different approach, because what they did was not right, and there's a good chance that they're gonna repeat, what they're doing. They're always imposing their laws on us and making us victims, like in our own homeland, for practicing our way of life, harvesting caribou in the fall for meat, hides. That's our way of life. That's that site there at the Timber Bay, Artillery Lake, Da Cho Tui. That's in late August, early September. That's when the caribou cross between those two narrow points, Da Cho, they call it. And and so that's where we were. And so it just makes it, like, see the the way that the presentation was given. Yeah, it doesn't matter, where you are. They still impose their laws. Doesn't matter if there's an agreement. SATU agreement that's been like negotiated in good faith. And for us, like, we have treaty rights. That's been negotiated in good faith too. And yet they still continue to oppose it. They don't seem to understand that we have our own laws. Like, we have the way that was presented. Yeah, like, we know how to manage the caribou. The way that elders they tell us, no means that's caribou is our spirit. That we're part of that. And like GWT, like, they don't understand that. They because it's not part of them, because it's not part of their culture. And the way that our chief was talking about the loss of caribou. Now, how much caribou they lost under their watch, under their management? We're down to 6,000, maybe less now. The path has hurt. They're like endangered species now, but GNWT don't want to enact it because of what's happening around that area, because of development. There's a lot of potential in that area. So, so I think, there's lots of situations, that were put under, and and we, like, it's our duty to protect the herd, and that we have our own management program, that we have that, and I think the big challenge, from the way I see it now, the way that's always been going, I guess, is that we have to establish, like, a working relationship with GWT. If we can't do that, then But then, what recourse do we have? I mean, how many times are we going to continue trying to educate them, trying to tell them, that this is our way of life. That we depend on that animal for our survival. So I think at some point, just say we can't do this anymore. And so what happens then? What happens at that point? So I think that's going to be something that we all need to figure out, because we have agreements in place the way that that's there to protect the wildlife. Even for us, it's like that. That we have to protect that. That we have to protect the wildlife. So, so I think, like, it doesn't seem like court action is the answer. They just keep appealing. So, so anyway, like that's where we're at now, and the reconciliation agreement that we have, it's still there. I hopefully we can make it work, but it's there, and we're going to keep dialogue going, until whenever we can fix it, we can get it done. So anyway, I just want to provide that update this morning. Merci, Joe.
Masicho, Subchief JC. The next subject, we're going to move on with from the Boreal caribou, as we have, just to let you know that the Dene Nation does have a plan in place. They also have a work plan and a framework agreement that they're going to work with the communities and visit the communities on the Boreal caribou. So if any of your First Nations would like to contact Trevor, and they can do some community engagements with you on the Boreal caribou. Our next subject is the state of emergencies on the drugs that are happening in the communities. This subject is very important to all the communities, as we can speak about it and try to bring a plan together on the state of emergencies. What's the process and protocols on the state of emergencies? Chief Philip actually brought this forward on the agenda, so I really want people to, the leadership here, to listen to what is a state of emergency and what are the next steps and process for the state of emergency. Chief Philip, would you like to address this, please? Masicho.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd just like to let chiefs here, I know there's a lot of good leadership around this table, that we can come up with some solutions to help the children that are most affected with hard drugs that are coming into the north. The children are, to me, are sitting ducks that are impacted by drugs, and a lot of things are going against the children. The children have rights, and the way the government has their policies, legislation, and bylaws or regulations for dealers, that they have rights too, but those rights override our children's rights. So we need to speak up for our children. Our children are very important to the way of life, to sustain our native ways, culturally, family oriented. So to me, I wanted to bring this up to help the children, because no matter how they are impacted, we need to sit down and as leaders and iron what is the solutions. And to me, I want to talk about addictions for the people that are addicted. We need to help them. We do a little bit, but not enough. We send them down south, get counseling, that's good, it helps them. But when they come back to the communities, it's what I like to address to this table here. When they come back to the community, there is no aftercare that can support some of these people that are addicted, and then they fall off again and they go back into the same routine. And the children, to me, they lose sight of, they lose their family member, like who are addicted. They lose their family teachings. They run short of food. They end up not going to school. They're impacted many ways. And in the end, some of these children, they go back and their grandparents, they look after these children, their own grandchildren. We need to change that way to help these children with their addictions parents. So I brought this forward to try to come up with solutions. Maybe the leadership needs to go south to where they get counseling to see what is needed in their communities when the person that is addicted that would need support. What kind of support? Those are, we need to discover with the person that is addicted to better heal themselves when they come back to the community. We need to identify what is needed for these individuals. So I just brought that up for discussion, and I hope we come out with some solutions for this topic. I know it's right across the north. I see it coming to the north many years ago, and now it's here. Drugs is like, it always travels with economic opportunities, and when you have economic opportunities in your area, that's when the drugs come to the area, and then it impacts our children, and we need to talk for our children. Masi.
Masicho, Chief Philip Blake for that. Any other lead? Oh, Chief Dene Gadet, go ahead.
Must see, Chief Philip, for raising this important issue. Agree with everything that you said, and it's really important that we start paying a lot of attention to what's going on with especially the hard drugs in our communities, and it's affecting everybody. And as you described, it's really affecting the children 100%, but it's affecting the entire community also in terms of, you know, we're trying very hard to make sure that as the elders say, our children have a future. They're the next generation. We have to make sure as parents and as leaders that we put stuff in place for them, knowledge, and prepare them for taking over. As they're going to be the next generation. One of my good friends always just say to me, he says, you know, we got to keep in mind, we're just visitors. We're only here for a period of time, and then we move on. Now we have to prepare our next generation for their journey. And I don't know the answers to dealing with this drugs. I look to our elders and I look to our leaders in the community. I look to the youth, try to come up with some answers as to how to deal with this issue. but it's probably the most challenging thing I think we've ever faced. We face a lot of challenges, but this one is dangerous. It's hurting a lot of people. I listened to a lot of the leaders that are having a lot of issues in their community in relationship to the drugs, and how the dealers are coming in, how the dealers are displacing the homeowners, they're taking over their houses, how people get dependent on it. They start stealing, they start doing things to get that little high. And it's tough. What we've been trying to do over the years is try to keep our youth busy. Obviously through school, sports, on the land programs, and that helps a lot. That helps a lot to a degree. But with the drugs now, we have to go a little bit further now. We have to push and do a few things. At the beginning of the meeting, I talked about how we got to build strong, healthy families. And we do that through economic development, creating jobs and opportunity. But as Philip said, you know, when you have the economy in and around you, that's when all the drugs start coming. So how do we deal with that? And, you know, I work with my staff and the leaders and the elders, and we talk about, one, we really need to educate our children and around these drugs and what it does to us. But we can also do that with alcohol too. And I always tell a story about an elderly lady, Dora Gully. In the 70s, when I was a kid, she used to come to the school and teach us. Her big term was germs. You're going to get germs, she always say. But I always teased my friend and I said, I still got my teeth today because of her. I have my teeth because she taught me how to brush my teeth, look after my teeth. And then I said, I also never smoked a cigarette in my life because she scared me about cancer. And that's why I never smoked a cigarette. And I said, we need that type of person back. We need to educate our kids about drugs and alcohol. We need to put that into the schools. We don't have time to waste. It's got to be there yesterday. And I'm not talking about, you know, the physical abuse and all that stuff that comes with not drinking good or taking drugs and stuff. I'm talking about scientifically what it does to your body, what it does to your heart, what it does to your liver, what it does to your kidneys. And, you know, with the hard drugs, how do we educate on that? So we need to really work on developing an education campaign, a massive one. And it's got to be intact. It's got to stay. It's got to be part of the education. Education certainly starts with the parents. But if our families are broken, we struggle with educating. So we need other alternatives. We also need to look at the current system of treatment, because all our people are good people. Some of them are just struggling. But we need to put tools in front so that they can access the support they need to clean up themselves. It should be one phone call, you're in the system already, you're in the program. One phone call. Right now, people are phoning and say they want to clean themselves up. Before they get in, it takes 5 months, 6 months, sometimes a year before they can get into a treatment program. That's too long. That person that made that decision right now to clean up, we need to grab them right now before they change their mind again. And we need to be part of that program so that when our people call, they stay there. We're part of that whole process. But then we're still not done yet. Because when they come out, when they come home, they need all the support they can so that they don't go down that dark road again. They call it aftercare. They need the support after. Part of it is we'll work with you, we'll get you into your own home. We'll work with you, we'll get you some training, some education, or a job. Only when they're comfortable and they're in their own home and they have a job and stuff like that, then we can say, okay, you should be okay now. But we don't do that either. A lot of people go, they come back, they're good maybe for a month, 6 months, 1 year, and then they fall off again because there's no support. They're back in the same environment that turned them that way to begin with. And that's a journey I described that everybody knows. You have it all in your community. You know whether you have the support or not. You know if you have the system or not. But for me, that's the kind of stuff we have to work towards. We have to make sure that we build that so that if we're going to give somebody hope to make a decision they want to change, we better make sure we follow through until they feel comfortable, until they're happy again. And that's a lot of work. But I look at the system, and the other day I was talking about the homelessness and Young Life. There was 336 registered homeless people. And obviously a lot of them are using something, to numb the pain of being homeless. It's about $100,000 to have somebody homeless. Cost the system per year. It's over $30 million. It's a big industry, that homelessness. Some people probably don't want it to change because they're doing well because you're homeless. But the reality is we have to change that. We have to make that number go down to 0. But the only way we're going to do it is if we literally put our minds together, work together, and start now looking at what can we do, right? I've talked to the leaders the other day in the community. I said, we have a little camp out in the bush. We're going to start using it here right away for some of our little programs that we do. But I said, keep it open full time. If people want to go in the bush, they can go out there and stay there for a week, even 2 days, no matter. Let them stay. Set it up so that they got a place to go. And let's start there. I said, let's start something. But we have to do something. Our people are crying for help. We have to put the tools there for them. So I really like the idea that Philip brought up. I've been talking with our leaders and pushing this idea of campaigning against drugs. And this might be something Dene Nation might be able to help us coordinate, but almost every nation has a drum that they use. And you hear our elders talk about the drum, on how powerful it is and how we got spiritual messages through songs. Our prayer songs, powerful. And I said, why don't we use the drum? Almost everybody has a drum. Why don't we use a drum to drum against drugs? We start somewhere, maybe it'll catch on. Maybe the whole country will start drumming. Use what is powerful to help us. Ask the elders for spiritual guidance to come and help us drum against drugs. So I leave that with you to think about, but we certainly want to push it. We gotta start communicating and pushing hard. We're just so you know, like we have 5 cops here. We brought them in for the weekend, but we're doing a little campaign at the same time about drugs, illegal alcohol. And they're here. I got to go to the school this afternoon and do whatever they're going to do there with them. But we brought a drug sniffing dog here. So they're checking vehicles as they come in. And it's that kind of stuff where you have to be proactive. It's expensive, but it's really cheap if you don't lose your people. It's really cheap. There should be nobody complaining about money being spent on stuff like that. But we're doing that this week. So if you see a dog around, don't touch them. Don't smoke. But just so you know, they're around here. And, you know, you guys are welcome to. I think we're doing something at the school at 2:00. And welcome to join us. Okay. And I just, you know, we're strong people. We will get through this. There's always hope, Eugene. I like your name. But we could do it. We just got to start tackling it. I want to thank you guys. I got to run to the airport. I'll be right back. But please, Masi.
Masicho, Chief Danny Gadet, your words of wisdom helps. We have Chief Kenny Kayan online. Kenny, are you there? Chief Kayan?
Yeah, can you hear me there, Mrs. Chair?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's a good subject that we need to talk about. And, you know, through my observations and stuff that since I've been chief, it's very hard on me too, because we have it going on in every community, but you have to be like a sociologist to understand some of the stuff and some of the thinking behind of addictions and stuff like that. And I'm no expert on stuff like that. So, and I wanted to talk about a lot of the stuff that I see. It all stems from the identity crisis from when residential schools came, and it tried to beat the Indian out of the man, right? So the mentality is still there today. It's still in all the schools. Like I know here in Haverford we have some issues with some of the teachers, and but it just gets covered up. Nothing gets done about it. And some of you might have got an email from my fiance that her daughters were having issues at school here, and so they came up here and they wanted to learn Dene. So now they had to go back to Edmonton because they triggered traumas that was within them and stuff like that. So, and so that's a big one. That's an identity crisis. That's the one where I talk about this lots at leadership and stuff like that. Like even the Dene Nation, like this Dene is not mentioned in treaty. You know, there's only the Slave, the Dogrib, the Hare, the Lussiks, and other Indians that are mentioned in treaty. And none of us are standing under those names, right? We're trying to say that those names are not us. So if you're going to say those names are not you, you're creating an identity crisis for the people that believe that that's them, right? So that's just one of the points I wanted to get out. And I'm not trying to criticize anybody. I'm just trying to enlighten from my thought process. And the next thing that I wanted to mention, I mentioned this before at Dene Nation, that sports is really good because it saved my life. And like my three boys, they're so busy that they don't even have no time to do anything other than play sports. Because like, I'll give you an example. My son Skylar, like he's playing basketball and he's playing hockey, and sometimes it conflicts with each another. But he gets up and he does both of them, and he's a champion. He wants to help people too. Like he's a good leader already. He's only 13 years old, and I'm very proud of him. And so what I suggest is that Dene Nation can look at ways to draft up a sports program, like one that's Dene Nation owned and Dene Nation proud. Because my son went to Arctic Winter Games for indoor soccer, and I made him a jacket with Dene Nation, but he was on. There's only a team for NWT, and so he felt ashamed to wear the Dene Nation jacket while all of his buddies are all wearing NWT. So there's no all-star set up for the North, and down south there's lots of all-star teams, and all kinds of stuff like that. AAA hockey that kids look forward to down there, and so that's the kind of stuff that I like to see is all-star teams for all things: basketball, soccer, whatever we have up here, hockey, stuff like that. So that's all. I just want to mention that to everybody. I hope I didn't speak too fast for the translators there, and just must see good conversation. Must see.
Merci, Cho, Chief Kenny Kayan. I have next is Grand Chief Kashan.
See, Madam Chair, just wanted to talk about a little differently because I was complaining and they don't really listen to us. So when I first became a chief, is that the only way you can beat them is to join them. And for me, the way I was thinking is to go after the contract and liquor store. I was going to use the money to build a facility right next door to the liquor store and then educate our people and sober them up. Because you need money to run these things, and the contract is pretty big. Even Norman Walsh, this lady is making about $900,000 a year just on the building. She lives in Here River. That's her rent to government, and that's nothing for them. And that's what we're going to pay for that building. We almost had it, but the reason why we went after the contract at that time was because we thought we can control what is sold to our young people. And then one idea that came government when they did that cannabis, and they wanted a proposal, and we're kind of crazy. We went for it right away, and we did a proposal, and then next thing they said, "Oh, we're going to use the liquor store policy." But we gave them an idea, and that our idea was to go after that and do a contract, but then use it for education, educate our young people about the drugs, the bad use of drugs. That almost 6 years ago, or maybe 7. How long was it there? Oh, almost 10 years ago. But when you're talking about something that you need to do for our young people, I think, but you need the money. So that's why I was thinking. It's still in my mind that I think we have to go after the liquor stores and go after the contract, and the other way you can maybe control it a little bit. Because even when there was that COVID thing, they still had it open. They always say you needed to open for certain people. So they always have little laws that kind of overrides you. So my thinking is we can beat them, join them, but do something where a little bit differently, but use the money to educate our young people. And then build a facility right next door to them or something, but it's just in my thinking. And so I always think about young people. I think about all kind of things. Maybe they might think I'm a little bit crazy, but it's not crazy because you need money to run these things. And there's a lot of money in it to make what 20, 30 million a year, even in Commonwealth. So there's 1% of their gross goes to that rent. Right now, probably that lady is making $1 million a year just on that building. So that's what we're looking at. And at that time, so at that time I was a chief, but now I'm still thinking about, they brought that dog in, and even those small little ones are expensive, but it's good. We could have paid for all that. We could have paid for a lot of things in our little region, and would have been no problem. We could have been a little bit ahead in the game, but government kept us down. They knew what we're up to. We should never wrote all our plan because it's going to shut them down, right? So, and they're going to heal our people. They didn't want to see that. So I was thinking that then, and now I'm still thinking that way, but almost 10 years now. And they knew what I was trying to do through the chiefs. And but I always think of solutions because I'm tired of complaining to them. They always use Charter of Rights. Our kids don't have Charter of Rights. Drug dealers have Charter of Rights. And it's really maddening because the only way that one time police came so fast is that I'm going to shoot that drug dealer's tires out. Within less than 2 hours, he was there. Because I was complaining about, well, what about the kids? Can you protect these kids right away? No. As soon as I said, I'm going to shoot his tires out, and sure, I got you here right away. And now you're here. So those kind of things really bothers you. And I told me you're protecting him more than my kids. So things like that, it's always comes out in this, and so as leaders really have to think, like really think together, and maybe education or something like that, or building or something where we can use the system to help us. What's going against us? Think about it. And I think it can fund a lot of these things. We're struggling with it, and right now they always say it's not behind that, but if you liquor store, that cannabis thing, there's a lot of money there. So maybe we have to start going after a contract, and then that way you can control what you sell somewhere. It's not hard drugs, but then we're going to use it to educate our young people. So I just want you to throw it out there to leaders and start thinking about things like that. And it can happen. Nothing is impossible. And I have a plan in my head how to do it. And maybe I just need more leaders to come together and then make this plan. And have Dene that likes to dream, and I think we can do things. Even young, like we already, in our mind, we already have a land there. In my mind, I already have a building there. So this is a matter of coming up with all the leadership supporting us. I think we can do something and make it a reality. Because we're always complaining, and I see Kenneth, we're bringing certain stuff up. It's really good to hear you all the time. So I must see for that. And I like listen to all the leaders, and all have good ideas. But let's be proactive on certain things, because it's our grandchildren. I only feel good when my grandchildren are with me. I know then they're safe. Right now they're not with me, and I kind of, something's happening, or I always think like that because of the drugs, or someone might harm them, something like that. So that's what my mom always used to say. I really worry about my grandchildren, she said. Now I understand where she's coming from. I really understand. But this thing is like Philip said, and we're bringing it up. something that we all have to come together. I know, and they're gonna find ways around us all the time, but we have to use our prayers too, use the Creator to help us overcome this, and I think we can. Our faith is strong. I see a lot of busts happen everywhere, but there's about 7 heads or 9 heads. Another one takes over. You have to get rid of all that head. That elders, the snake head. And if you get rid of that, I think we'll be pretty good. And when you see the Virgin Mary's, she's stomping the heads. So if you think that way, I think we can do it. But it's going to be a long process. But at least we're doing something to start educating our young people, our kids, and protecting them. Dene said they're going to have a little dog there, and I want to see that too. I don't care how much it costs. I think we can find money to do that. And my chief here really wants to do something, and I think I'm going to accommodate him and look for it, and we can do. But then what I wanted to do was buy our own, because even a police dog has to go by the law, Charter of Rights. So I found out that because I asked, and then I asked him, well, since your dog's got a policy to follow, I said, why don't we buy a dog and you use our own? He said, yes, it can work. So I think I'm going to buy a dog. We'll see.
Merci, Grand Chief Kashan. Anyone else? Sorry, Chief Piero.
I must say, good morning to you all. This is a very big topic we're talking about here. I've always championed stuff like this that is doing damage not only to our communities, but to our young people. You know, I've heard the talk of aftercare, and when we look at how, when we're in our communities, we talk about helping our young people and tackling this drug problem, or we could call it an epidemic or a crisis or a pandemic, the way we look at it. And we right away think the number one solution is grabbing our young people and putting them in a camp. But like Dene said, you know, we got to look at it more closely. We got to study what's creating this, what's triggering it. Just recently, I found out, it's a couple of days ago actually, I found out that from a young person who was trying to stay away from the drugs, he went to the store with his father to buy stuff, and some of his friends came to see him. And he ran behind his dad. And his dad told him, you know, after they went out of the store, and his dad told him, what's going on? Why you did that? He said, honestly, I could smell the drugs right off them. So when I say we have to look at it more in depth and take a look at it really close, that's what I mean. To us, we can't smell it. But to them, they could smell this instantly. Right there is a triggering. A trigger says, you know, this is so powerful in their mind that just smelling it, it triggers it. And they're right back out there again. So I had a chance to sit down with some of my community members and talk to them individually and tell them that we could set up a camp for healing but it's gonna have to come in 3 stages. It's not just one camp. It's gonna have to come in 3 stages where they're gonna have to go through each stage before they hit the main stage to deal with their addictions, their trauma, their whatever they're going through. And having said that, we've my community, Port Good Hope, we put out numerous proposals to try to get money to sort of a healing camp. But every time we put out a proposal, the money goes elsewhere. You know, you talk about truth and reconciliation, talk about healing for our people, but when we want to do healing, we want to fix our community, we want to set up healing camps, right away the government takes that money back and puts it someplace else that's not needed. So I fail to see the word truth and reconciliation. Where's the word reconciliation? There's nothing. We heard the Grand Chief here talk about Charter of Rights. The Charter of Rights, the drug dealer has more rights over than the regular person here. The drug dealer could fly in here. The RCMP is going to lift up their hands and say, no, we can't touch them. Charter of Rights protects them. Yet she could go to the store and steal something and the police is going to go there, grab her and search her. Where's the Charter of Rights for our kids? They have nothing protecting them, but the drug dealer has more rights protecting them than the kids. It's something that, you know, we have to, I agree that all of us in the NWT have to put our heads together, maybe not together, but as regions, Satu region, the Clincho, the Gudjin, Decho, we're going to have to sit down and figure out something. And there's one that I've been talking about for a long time, and that's tribal police force. Tribal police force, meaning that the chief in Deline or Toledo or Yellowknife has total control over and can set his boundaries for them. Not like the RCMP, where they could only go to the boundaries of outside of the community and stop. We set up a tribal police force. I could tell this police force here, go to that plane, make sure everybody that's coming off go through their bags and check it. As a tribal police force, they're going to abide by it. RCMP member, no, hands are tied. So that's something that I've been looking into. I've been asking around about it, and I don't know if my community, we could do it alone. If not, my thought was, as a region, we structure Toledo, Cove Lake, Good Hope, Deline. As one region, we structure a regional tribal police force where this police force works for only us and abides by our rules. So that's where I was looking at it. I've been sitting there for a long time and looking at how we could work with our young people, how we could stop this drugs from coming in. It's not just a little speck of dirt. This thing is huge. Like, it goes so far as even our border. And the NWT, we got nothing there to stop drug dealers from driving in. It's open country. So this is the stuff that I was looking at, working on, talking to community members, talking to some of the leaders about. And you heard the Grand Chief talk about the K9 unit, something we're working on to spearhead the airlines that we have in our region, which is Northright Air. One airline that's subject to flying anybody, and every time you want to come in there, we have no security at any of the airports. Yellowknife Airport, anybody could jump on Canadian Air and bring a bunch of guns in without getting checked. And that's what's happening. It's going right through our mails too. So this is stuff that I've been working on, so merci for listening.
CHO Chief Piero, Sub Chief JC.
Mercy, thank you. I think this this issue is a big one. I think just to mention that in 1984, Dene Nation had a program. They had a drug and alcohol training program, and I was part of that group. Actually, my friend here was a chief at that time, and like I was still drinking and using at the time, and I ended up in a court situation, and I was told that my lawyer told me, he said, next month I come back, said you better have a job. So I ignored him till that morning. I realized that I had court. So I went to see my chief, my friend here. He was chief. Told him, you got to give me a job, or else they're going to throw me in jail. So he was sitting on his desk, and he had a whole bunch of papers. Looking at it, this. Finally got one. And here he said, "Take this one." I looked at it. It was a drug alcohol trainee. I said, "You got to be kidding." I said, "No, take it. It's a training program with Dene Nation." And so that's the way I got in. They had 19 people from 19 different communities trained us to be drug alcohol counselors. I was still using at the time, but I think one of the things that really changed for me was that I did a lot of reading because I had a lot of time. Like I end up going to jail anyway, but I end up going to jail, and I had a lot of time. I never went to a counselor or nothing, but I had a lot of time to read what this stuff anyway, what they're talking about here. Addictions, alcohol, because I didn't understand what it was. But after 3 months, they like I understood. And they also had a group from a chief and his wife from Alkali Lake. They did a workshop in Hay River. And I asked for a transfer. I went over there, I went to the workshop. I heard stories about what's happened in that community and how they changed things around. changed the whole community. They went to 95% sobriety. So part of the program was that we went down there. It's at a week-long conference. And oh man, it's just amazing, that community. Never seen so much healthy Indians in one place, you know, happy, smile on their face. They're getting back into their power, you know, learning how to dance, how to sing. And during that week, they made an announcement that so it's going to be like a 2-day fast. And I was thinking about it, and I was thinking maybe I have to suffer a little bit to get what I want, like to sober up. And so that's what I did. And 2 days later, like they got us all together, and they said that we're going to go to a sweat lodge ceremony. Like I didn't know very much about sweat lodge. I was thinking, you know, like the first sweat lodge that I went to was here. Like we had one of our training programs was here in Deline. They put up a sweat lodge. So in Alkali Lake, that was my second time. And I went in there and I asked for help. That was in 1984, 1985. And I've been sober ever since. So that's why, like, I think part of our healing ceremonies are very important. Ceremonies, you know, and on the land program, culture, taking kids out in the bush. You know, like I had, you know, experience with that with my nephew. Like he was kind of real, I don't know what you call it, I guess, pretty badass kid, I guess, you call him like that. But an elder wanted a young man to help him out, go hunt caribou. So I asked that my nephew, he was stumbling around town. I asked him. He said, okay, 2 weeks out there, 2 weeks in the bush, helping that old man. Came back all healthy, happy, you know, like that. So that's why, you know, like when we say on the land program, you go with culture. Yeah, like it really, really makes a real big difference. I'm sorry, like, and kind of running out of time here. But Delination had a program, and that made a big difference for me. Personally, for me, personal healing. I ended up being a social worker. I've been ended up being a counselor. Changed my life around. That came from here. Somebody here had that idea that we should train our own counselors, our own people. So that's what happened. So maybe we're going to go back there again. Let's see.
Must see Elder Sub Chief JC. We're gonna take a 15-minute break. The snacks are here. And we have, yes, we're gonna take a 10 to 15-minute break. can we please gather back to the table? We have a couple of speakers left on the state of emergency for the drugs in the community. And then we have a special guest that would like to speak as well. So next we have Chief Echinelli. I don't know where he is. So after Chief Echinelli is Council Member Gina Dolphus, Sub Chief Philip Kay. Then we have our special guest Gordon Peters that will be, then it's National Chief. So if you want to go ahead, Chief Echinelli, and please make it 5 to 10 minutes as we have resolutions that are very important. Okay. 5 minutes, speaking notes, please. Masicho.
Masi, tu te iu mo ko te si, sini teni kere si tu na se on sa ta che le ka, teni se kwe la nya, mu lao de wa ni ho. Tu te di, si mo ko te si, aru si ke se ka ku le, ko re yi. Ya ne, ya teni yo si, tu teni si ko ke cha ko te. Ya ne teni, teni le si, si teni ke se he ga lai ta. Teni ni na te bu ko te ko, yi bu ko te si yi fe on, tua til. Titane si my friend ko he karna ko hiya na kale ne tande magani se zigote. Kare tade se ya kare kane te. De chinai a tebe no tavi taute. Ora yekina ne tanega hino tele. Tene zone li sechi. Pagun tele utilitasi. Ya ne siri tene se hegala tautu tosi. Ese con tu etini va gucha. Contra te disi. E tu si tene soñete. Sebo una jafe. E chiquiripiga son pasncha. E una tigebe. Ne cago interre. Tene se mojata intiere hasta el que saltate na quizá cane gana que te la sia yone eta no que. Se te gasuti katle ontage. Ti ne si na have alone na diaper. Ontage que te carmen que. E che ne vision ne vecini tine na ga feci si e gli che ne la si petate se ci no diga pega la uta go te tene pega pejaite te tene pecigo grande se vede te un hitche go on sentonete vede te che tre tina lì per da conseglia tre tini vere na gana go are na gana go a go 就看你这边看咱那这种的个事，咱那这里边毕竟以后那地边那些不一样的，因为现在这有人说，哎，那边现在个你地那头那这样，这家的那里个那个你听，谁也给他真的是他，是这个我的你问个，这家那个你去被人欺负，哎是，被人在上大概去里边吃过的。是他，那些个可能用来给真的，我那个呢，啊，他还是一个干净，那些呢，这个来的，这个来的是那个的，we have to forgive each another。啊，你那就是那些种但是不过在这些过来一样讲的，那些种但是那少，别找那去。看你在这里米样过天的。ane na o tage assembly ke tinde ya chini ke che Saturday bishop jani mire te ti ko gala metene ga hechi ayune tene wai ko te kulio tele ko ya kulio tele ka kini vera tene ga ne kini otu to ko ga e ise ayune ko wa tenti Ani da do chodu na chi tane ju teso ne ko lu tu wa shwe na ga kuri ya konte este ya tarinti este Andrew tarinti este zo tarinti shwe tu be kirbi pi I ga Carmen na ga la na Carmen tu shwe be wa taribi pi da de na chi ko be ne o ta ge Carmen ta ki ni thong le I ga lo ta ki ne be re te ne khare ga la ke La khona he chino re tiole chini beda khani nyu chini o tu sire te he tha sa to. Du ta no so te to na te tene chin lisi tena chin dai. Ayuna se chino tu ti hu khari. Ko ti ngani ko ti ne zu karbe ke ko bi. और फिर थाने तो अरे चा ओंता जने का खरु ठीरा तीगा बखावा अरे तो शेदन चिनवे कोटी नागानी ओ ये टी तनी वाटी सुनो कानी पैसों ने बेटा अमी कोटी कानी तंगनो आगा Iga tene nation tene chino tiga sa tene nation kani konsi. So pana chal tene ga heri keo tene konta tene ti tene he galo te nako ga tene ki tire masiga. Ane na kine tene iti hin na hati tene iti hin na hekere shonsin tene tone tene hati ukete tene zone li. Kone zon tene ga zon tene zi ukete. Karin chi tene kiti. Kane ho kane gala chi nale. Kaya za kontu ke la laiti na kini chu. Kalu ne vechi na ona thoso ne ta becha ona hicha. Dusena. Na hachi tane khatire ku cha na ni ko na ko ya chibi. Na kini kai tel. Na o take swe na una di ke veson. Du mina ha chani chonen chere beta de pisi. Tenni chonen chetla de tu na ti ondele. E de na ko ki ara de ga khana ta kri ti ondele. Na kin ko ta de pe ko na ta ri ti ko. E khania le mo de o ta e den ju ke te. Ye khalari ta de tene ta sine zo wala ina tene ki ti den ju ke te. All right before it passed away, son se ti ko inte. Te chile tene zo te li ko ne zo. Ye sa tene mire ya te so ne ka ayuna treguna ti te pe. A te den ju ko te. And Joe Woodson too. Se ko te ayuna ne ti liade. My friend Masier. Ayu ne ko te si se ne ga ki. A se ti. Ko te na kale tebe tu ta ka buhu le ku ye be se phone ke be phone ari. Hati tane ke khari chile ja. Asi zont e zont o he na ko segucha na khini ko wa ko ni wi thana. Na hene o ta hane se na chu kin te si. Ayuna hu ye bagani ti. We don't pass it to our young people. And do go teach at the lucky to go was only long. Putin zona ko tu se te ko wa ku khara ko ti. E tu na ha ti tare ke ho ti chin tha ti na ja. Ane na ho ta ke se ri chin tha ga la ki na. Chen thone te che ga la ke na. Chen thone te e de ga pe ka ke ni na. E ku ye re si sin sa sa re te ne he pe le na ko te sa sa thai chen ko ti kana sin to eat. Te li ti zo. E tu chen si chen thone te si te ye. Te no le son ko lu ka income support. Chile ku ke te re ke de zo hala ke re ta hu te still get income support e ye sim mo se mo na ti. Ra tu khin ka fara na gon ta ra ka re chon ka na ru si ne fa ye ra pa mo na te a fe ga gon sa na re sa masi.
Masicho, Chief Echinelli. We're gonna go with Councilmember Gina Dolphus, and please be mindful that we have a time as we have resolutions and we have special guests, and the national chief still has to speak on his matter. Masi.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm going to say it in my language. Masi in duty to ayene wa de deline so the na wa de da de he kwa de meeting de da masi ni hirisi kanikulu e didi kuntu in de assisary kune chagun de ne kunta ka de chief then good day jik equinte kata dissociate equadi then he kagunta. A great fa 1983 could Narwhal's meeting to the chief K. Kirikra George Kodakan, Paul Baton, Kanikirikwe, Kuntuhe Kulu ni highway Kaniki Deko Kete. Really induced and Jonas in the do. Awit Elisha Tanat Adekulu Ikukuhet in 1983 in due 2025 kala bogutsada. Ayitats in la. Ayitats ala. Tagunta. Aka bike alats at the Klusatare Gurigilanda. A Joseke good hopes of Gunda. Asi ori leku. Then it's all not said is equally. Nihinisu kagunt elagunt eladena contra alats at the kawi dots illikulu. Gurigi lagunt government kaladanatsuna dile. Government danatsuna diagua sombota. Gut o danakwana tankala. Kai denisle danakwana ta akre hadi indu asile. Iku 1995 drug and alcohol Aurora College, Fort Smith kanonde. Kindle so induced in so asile. Kad dana alakeda kuntu alakeda na zokulu molla kezo kodara sho dana kunta so kintela. Dana wake kutsede dana wake na tsede dani kutsede asi ike kreyo sone. Dana kunta dana alakeda ke kaniga sumba wala dana kunta danot ene dana kone tene surinezo. Surnezo alles at the go, Klukagunt, Elaguntela. Not that it tingarezo. Government Sumbotana, the Kulutana, Lena Sikulutso Gora, Yam told that of Dikide. Then go on, then it's okay, well, like it in Hinitu, that's reque. There nation at in the Ayene, Katsonats a dig. Ayene goes at the Shelas and Ernest and Tenet and Kekra Asone, Tagut Ahona. Kanakuni Hinton Sogora, then a Jago Trat in a BP got rat in a Ayiguatat a la. Ajudat Rique, good diet is seen. Ayene Zogo arts at the Gukagunt Elaguntala. Then oh, that cake out than it's a good can do. Karichi, Katrichina Zobatara, Ibatawa Agu Kidi. Kulumola Kaguti, then Ayati Kekayula. Then a good dick on the Zuku Kekayula Guntala. And Nihini Gudi, Walla Bikitaya. Nihinana Tet a Lagua. That's what in a Dene go old Zagu or Lagunt a clue. Ayene Bogua, then not a Tenen Nazut a Ladula. Kakarashozo Wasi.
Must see, Elder Gina, your words are very knowledgeable. I'd like to announce that I just have to stop everything. We want to thank Chief Danny Gadet for inviting the RCMP dog into the meeting room. So can we please, just pause for a couple of minutes? We have the dog that will be coming in here from the RCMP. And we want to thank the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for bringing the dog and showing the leaders.
Yep.
Must see, Danny.
I just want to introduce you to some of our members.
Hello, everyone. Oh, it's loud. My name is Devin. I'm a police officer posted here in Deline. I came in June and I really love it here. Absolutely love it. And I'll just pass the mic over to my supervisor, big boss over here.
Hello, my name is Charles Bond. I've been here since February last year, so just over a year. My wife is here with me as well as my son. My wife is Grace, as some of you may know. But we've been here just over a year, and Deline is a great community for us. Really enjoyed it here. Danny and Paulina have been very supportive of us, Devin and myself. So Deline is a great community. We're happy to be here.
My name's Corporal Alyssa Adams. This is my 9th year in the Northwest Territories. I started off in Lutzelke and then in Fort Simpson, in Yellowknife GIS, in Gamati Wekwati, and now I'm heading up the traffic section for the division. This is my first time in Deline, and it's beautiful, and I look forward to partaking in some of your activities during the hand games.
Hey everybody, my name is Natalie Covelli. I'm a corporal in charge of the dog section here in G Division. And this right here is my partner, Cola, who really wants his ball right now. Sit. Yes, there you go. Yeah, we've been here in the territory for about 5 years now, and we were here at the hand games 2 years ago, and we had a great time. So we decided to come back and say hi to everybody.
Yeah, I just want to mention that this is Charles, and he lives here, he works here, he's the kind of the boss, and Devin. We talk and communicate with him all the time. Charles actually writes us a report every month what happened in the community, and then whenever we want, he'll come in, explain things to us and stuff like that. But we've been trying really hard to work with the RCMP and really communicating with them and stuff like that. We talk about how we want to do preventative stuff. We don't want them to be here arresting people. That's what we're trying to stop, right? So we try to talk about how we could figure out ways to do preventative stuff, prevent people from getting in trouble. And it's really simple. I mean, it's not hard to try to design programs and services for our members so that they're busy, they're active. We need to pull in more partners into the conversation. So the community, other communities and stuff like that. We need more services. We need more programs. How do we pull all that together? So this morning when I was talking about drugs and alcohol, and we need to do an assessment of how the system works right now. And then how we fix it? How do we work on making sure that it fits us? Because if one person wants to get healed, we should be there that moment, not 6 months down the road, 1 year down the road. It's too late sometimes, right? So we're working really hard with them, and we communicate with them all the time. I always tell Pauline, I said, in Vancouver, remember when I was talking about homelessness, I went to East Hastings Street. I walk on that street all day. I talk to the RCMP, they call the Odd Squad. They come here one time and they bring all their stories from that street of people. So we're bringing them to the school. When I flew back to Vancouver, I phoned them. I said, I want to see this area you work. So from morning, about 9 o'clock in the morning until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I walk around with the cops all over that place, in the alleys and the old buildings. And I always thought to myself, if you're going to deal with helping people, you need to understand where they end up and how can we get them out of there. So it was really important for me to go and see that. So that's the kind of services the RCMP could help us with, right? If you want to go, but check that place out if you want to open your eyes. So I just want to thank them very much for coming to the community. We're communicating with some of the Satu communities, especially Good Hope's phoning me all the time. Colin's not here, but we talk about how we could have a dog like this go to our terminal in Yellowknife and just sniff all of people's bags, and even the individual themselves, because it's not in their bags, they're carrying it on them when they're coming here, and it's difficult for our staff to even search them for that. So we're looking and communicating with what's your name again? Sorry, Natalie, and about how we could hire a dog whenever we need it, right? So she said they got another dog that deals with the bombs, but we don't have that problem here, so that dog won't be here. But I just want to introduce them and just kind of let you know that we're trying to be proactive. We're trying to fight this thing, but we're not trying to judge people. That's one thing I always remind people: we don't judge anybody. They're struggling with themselves. What do you need? What do you want? How could I help you get out of the situation? That's how we're communicating with people. So, and like I talked to you about drumming against drugs, we're pushing a big campaign right now. So you'll see posters going up all over the community. You see them on the Winter Road when you drive in. We're pushing that also. Working very closely with Pauline. Pauline's our CEO, and Kathy McKenzo, we're in our wellness department. We're working on trying to figure out how do we get that education program going into the school for the young kids so that they understand what happens to their body when they drink and when they do drugs, right? So I think, you know, if we do a campaign like that, they might try it, but, you know, in the end, when they try it, they know what's going on inside them. They say, well, I don't want to do it. Remember I said that Dora Gully helped me from never smoked a cigarette in my life because of Dora Gully, because she educated me about cancer. So those are kind of things that we need to work towards, and having you leaders here, I thought it was important to introduce you to some special people. Thank you guys very much. Thank you. I tried to get them to bring drugs and put it on me. Let's see if this dog can find it. But they didn't have any, which is a good sign. Thank you. Yeah, let's see. Yeah.
Does any of the leaders have any questions for the RCMP? And Masi Cho, Dene, for clarifying all the work that you have been doing with the RCMP. And we need more of that engagement in the communities. Any questions from the leaders for the RCMP? No, thank you so much to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in the Northwest Territories. Masi Cho.
Yeah, just stay safe out there. Masi.
Again, thank you. We still have this, we have Sub Chief Philip Kay that will be speaking on the, you know, the drugs in the communities and what can we do to protect our communities in the north, and just a plan moving forward. And we only have 10 minutes for the speeches. So yes, Masi Cho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very good discussion. You know, across our nation, we all battle this issue, and you know, in the past 10, 15 years, in my community, I help with the deaths that we have in our community, and I've seen in the past 10, 15 years that, you know, there's a lot of young people that passed on account of drugs, alcohol. And some of our elders say that it used to be elders passing away. Now there's more younger people going. And how do we stop this? What do we do? You know, it's a battle. One of the things I seen was a couple of people that been down this road. Like Dene said, you know, you go down East Hastings and you see these people, but there's people that come off that street, there's people that heal themselves. Maybe we need to bring those people here. Let them give us the story of what we need to do. On a preventive side, you know, all our youth, we need to focus on. We need to bring them into these meetings. You know, let them know, tell us what we have to do, because it's so important, because these younger people are so, you know, they want to try something. Everybody tries something when they grow up, you know, and these drugs are coming in more and more, and, you know, it's pretty difficult. So, you know, there's a lot of funding out there, and people always talk about getting our youth, getting our young people back on the land. And I think we need to find more funding where we can take some of these youth and these troubled individuals out on the land That's where we heal. That's where we feel connected. We have to find ourselves back to where we came from. And so, yeah, that's all I want to say. You know, it's just we have to make a move on this issue. And very important for our younger people because, like I said, it's just a matter of time before somebody else get into that role, and then we have to work with that. So, thank you.
Masicho, Sub-Chief Philip K for very important movement. Next, we actually have the National Chief. So we're gonna have the National Chief have the closing remarks on the emergency drugs. So if you want to go ahead, National Chief George McKenzie.
Kasi ayon rege go to dosi wata ade honde wo si dianele. What we're talking about this morning about drugs problem, it's a crisis, huge crisis. Dene nation, national emergency situation. You can't get any worse than it is today. Today, even some elders are now, we hear, are drug dealing. Drug dealing is happening in our school. Our own people are drug dealers. They're destroying the family. They are destroying their relatives' kids. How worse can it get? I see that they brought the RCMP here. For the time being, they are the task force. You gotta learn to work with them. But we also know the RCMP of Canada, if you ever talk to the former Dene Aboriginal RCMP, there's lots of racism in the RCMP department. We have to do something if we want the law on our side. We got to address the Aboriginal RCMP in our community, in every Dene community, to help more with the drugs than they are today. If you ever talk to the former Aboriginal RCMP, some resigned, they couldn't take it anymore of the racism that's happening with their work. It's a big one. You know, what we need, the Dene Nation or the Dene Nation, the Dene people need a task force. And I want to, after I talk, I want my CEO to explain a little bit of that. We talked about it before. It's too big of an issue to leave it alone. We know that drugs and alcohol will destroy our people. It will destroy our culture, our language, and our way of life. If we don't address it through a task force of some sort. We need the funding from the federal government to make this happen. One way to get the funding, the federal government, they like to fund the RCMP, the police force. One way to look at it is the Dene policing or Aboriginal policing for our communities for the funding sake. Very ironic today, we talk about healing on the land. It's so much needed, but today we know our young people that we depend on, they are the hardest workers on the land, but they take those drugs on the land and they do it on the land. What does that tell you as a nation? Our own people go on the land and they do drugs on the land. We depended on them to make our culture strong. We depend on them to be our role model for the young people to see and watch them so they can go on the land like them. But some of them are taking the drugs on the land. The Aboriginal organizations fund programs on the land. We fund those people that go on the land, and we fund them even though they do drugs on the land. Are we doing the right thing for the young generations who are watching? There's something we have to talk about, discuss. It's not a small item. It's not easy one. One good thing that's happening, there's young people, up to teenagers, young ones, and a young person is doing it on his own without no funding. Every Friday, he puts those young people Bible study every Friday night. Now the number is up to 40 we hear. That's a positive thing. Spirituality, fighting the drugs. I honor that young man that is doing that today. That's a good approach. But the approach that we have to think about carefully and do something about it as we contribute program monies to go on the land, and our young people, they work on the land for us and they take drugs on the land. That's something we have to address right away. If we don't, how are we going to win? Serious stuff that we're talking about. So I want to say that Aboriginal policing, program money on the land, spirituality for young people, individuals are doing it. They don't need money to do the Bible study. I take my hat off to the young man that's doing it. Very good, I heard. Now I'm going to turn it over to Dene Nation CEO, explain the task force a little bit so you understand. Before I do that, the next speaker is going to be coming on is our friend from Ross River, Gordon Peters. He wants to say something, even though it's not part of the agenda. He's our neighbor. They need our help. We've got to help our neighbor. So we put Gordon Peters on the agenda for not for too long. So thank you for listening to me. I know it's not an easy topic to talk about. I feel nervous when I talk about something like this. Thus we know sometimes bad spirit listens. Thank you for listening. Masi.
Here you go, CEO Phil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The program that National Chief was referring to was discussed with us on a couple of occasions from federal officials. And it kind of touches upon what Chief Piro has concerns about. And they've indicated that every jurisdiction in Canada already has an Indigenous or Aboriginal policing component, or they have an Aboriginal anti-drug force that's made up of former Aboriginal RCMP, et cetera. So they have a lot of teeth to this task force. It's not just a working group or an advisory. So when they were speaking with National Chief, they were suggesting that the Dene region also look into that, because the federal officials didn't say this, but because the federal government pays directly for the bill of the RCMP in the Northwest Territories, it's Ottawa that tells them what to do and what to prioritize. They even have a hard time, even the GNWT has a hard time prioritizing lists for the RCMP. So when a small community like Fort Good Hope wants the RCMP to prioritize certain things, it's even a bigger challenge. And so that's why a lot of the jurisdictions across Canada, they've already established Aboriginal policing program. And they've kind of done it where it was done at a large regional level. And then the regions and in the individual communities started branching off and taking on their own responsibilities. So that was the summary that the National Chief wanted me to provide. Thank you.
Musty Cho Phil for that information. Okay, now we have our special guest. Would you like to go ahead? And please keep it short because we have lunch on the way. Musty Cho.
Okay, thank you. My name's Gordon Peter. I'm from Ross River. We're gonna change it to Deline pretty soon. And I'm here to get support from the Dene Nation. It's about the overhunting in our traditional territory between Ross River and Norman Wells, Toledo. And we had a few people hunting up that way, but what I want is that to get a maybe something like sort of a newsletter, put it out there and let them know that that you're supporting us, because we're getting tired of all that wastage of meat and what they're doing with it's mostly the resident hunters that's from around Yellowknife and Fort Smith and around there. They got to be taught how to save meat, and that's why we have a booklet about, well, it's called the Ross River license, but they don't really take it, and that's where we need our support. So maybe you can let them know that in order to go hunting up and up around the border area, that they have to have that license and they got to follow it. And that license that teaches you how to take all the meat, everything, the hide and everything, no more waste. You know, sometimes you see big chunks of marrow bone and side of ribs in water. They throw it away because they said they can debone it, and that's waste. And the other thing too is I think I ran into a couple of problems that where they can shoot a
a big bull moose, and then also they can get another caribou. I mean, if they get a big bull caribou, they can get another one for a camp meat. But haven't heard about that. So, all these things like that. That's where we need help from Toledo and then from down the back home. From all that area. So, even you can write in the letter that if you can bring that meat or whatever hides back into your own home community, you're more than welcome. But yeah, what we do need is that just support letter, and it's mostly to the Yukon government because they're just letting people run us over, and we are 100% Aboriginal title and rights owner of that traditional territory, and we got to take care of it. And the other thing too is mostly to Frank, they're going to be trying to develop fireweed and mac tongue up there, and we need some support there also. And there's a overlap from a different First Nation that we haven't heard of before, because that's supposedly just between Toledo and Ross River, that land in there, and we need to straighten this thing out here. So I'll talk a lot more to you later with Frank, and about that overhunting. Be very grateful if we can get the support from all the Dene nations and NWT. Maybe just put a newsletter out into the newspaper. Just let people know that this is the way we're going to start doing things. And because without the license without the Ross River license, they can't go across the bridge, everything. So if we can make it this stronger and be a lot better with your support. Masicho.
Asicho, Gordon, thank you. Okay, the lunch is going to be here, so if we want to take a lunch break. Okay, go ahead, National Chief.
Yes, thank you, Gordon Peters, for your short presentations. We appreciate coming to the table. I know you're here for the hand game, but that you're on the agenda, that's good. I think as the neighbors, the nation as your neighbor, we will find a way to support your concern. I went hunting there once at the border, and I seen a lot of hunters, non-Aboriginals hunting there, lots, I mean lots. So there's a lot of wastage for sure. And then we have to support each other. Like our caribou is declining because of that. You want to keep your caribou population healthy. So we'll find a way to support you. If that's all we need to say, then that's all we'll say, or unless another chief wants to say something. I know you guys are close to Tifita, so thank you.
Right. So the floor is open. Dene Nation will write a letter of support to support the elder that was here as a special guest. So just want to let you guys know. We're going to go for lunch. The subject of the state of emergency. The subject of the state of emergency will continue after the break, and then we're going to move on to the resolutions, because we have 3 resolutions that we still need to pass. So if you want to take a lunch break, and then we'll continue with the state of emergency. Oh, the lunch has not arrived yet. It is on the way. We have to actually do a prayer before we start eating. So if an elder would like to pray. Sub-Chief Elder JC, would you like to say a prayer for lunch? Masicho.
Marcy, Charlotte, thank you. Today, give thanks to God, Creator. Lord, give us a good land, good water, lots of animals. And so we say thank you. We have this connection with the natural world. And every time we get something, we say Masicho. Thank you for making me live for another day like that. So I'm just gonna pray in more language and ask everybody else to pray along. Pray the way you're taught and pray with the heart. Mercy, let us not today, that we shall find it till who shall not see, as though that will find it in deal, as young at tea, Cecilia. Who shall that will find it in deal city, that's what they, Cecilia. Mercy, let us send John. Need on the line on. Two days on. Christianity, the song. At the one, mercy, in the sun, no tonight. You don't die, Darcy, that the heart they do, there ain't no tank on there. You don't see the line, Lassie, keep it with you, at the wet 80. At the one, mercy, in the sun, no tonight. In the dark, swally, in the sun. That was the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Ahu. Asito.
Yes.
Chief Wright, could you elaborate as to the rationale of the proposed change from discussion, consultation to discussion, please?
Going to be presented at the next Dene National Assembly, right? That's what, therefore be it resolved. The constitution reform will be presented to presented to Dene leadership during the next Dene National Assembly for discussion and engagement. And I don't know, but I don't like the word consultation. That's a very huge word to use and I'm not comfortable with it. We will be discussing it when it's presented to us or presented to you, because my term ends in June. So at the next assembly, the leadership around the table, it will be presented to the leadership. And maybe no more discussion, maybe it might just be passed.
Masicho, Chief, right? They are going to share the CRC up on the screen, so just give us a couple of seconds and then they will make the changes that has been brought forward before any movers or seconders that are in place. And I'm gonna have Bill go over the changes one more time, just to get the clarification, if that's okay. Must see Chief Wright.
So change number 1 is the second whereas is completely removed. Change number 2 is the fourth whereas proposed changes are removed. Under therefore be it resolved, consultation is replaced with discussion. And under be it finally resolved, proposed changes is removed with Constitutional Reform Commission.
I have a question. With the fourth whereas, when you take the proposed changes out, so it's just like the wording after, okay, so I'll just read it. Whereas the Dene Nation has sought funding to facilitate an in-person meeting aimed at communicating to the Constitution. Should we take out an additional to the, so make it more, the sentence will flow better? So meeting aimed at communicating the Constitution.
Must see Chief Bettina. We will take that into consideration on the wording.
Okay.
And I think it would make a better understanding.
Okay, so what was the change?
Okay. So in the fourth paragraph, he just explained that the Dene Nation has sought funding to facilitate an in-person meeting aimed at communicating to the communicating to the Constitution, period. Okay. Did you get that, Bill?
Can we get Tyler?
Tyler, are you available?
Yes. Do you see the resolution on the screen now? Is it appearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Tyler,
Okay.
can you blow that up just a little bit?
Sure.
Masicho?
And tell Tyler.
And Tyler, can you please speak up while you're speaking to the leaders as well? Because we can't barely hear you.
Okay, will do. I will make sure to speak loudly and clearly. Thank you.
Here, Tyler,
Yes.
can you remove proposed changes under the fourth whereas?
Yes.
And then insert it with communicating the Constitution?
Yeah. Communicating the Constitution.
Communicating the Constitution.
Okay.
All right.
We did not take out.
No, Tyler, under the fourth whereas, not under be it finally be it resolved.
Okay.
Let me,
Take out changes, please.
it's communicating the Constitution.
Yes. Great. And then under therefore be it resolved, put remove proposed changes and then add Constitution reform. If under the be it finally resolved. Tyler.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Be it finally resolved.
Okay, so can you just repeat that change again? I'll capture it. So be it finally resolved, communicating.
Tyler, remove communicating the Constitution.
Okay.
And then add Constitution reform. Commission.
Okay. And so the Constitution Reform Commission is inserted where?
Right there, right where you're blinking.
Okay.
I think we should leave ahead of time.
Why?
Because they need to provide it before the assembly.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Chief, April, is everybody all good with that?
Okay, they made, the Chief Elizabeth Wright, what we're gonna do is we're gonna read the reform again, if you guys don't mind. And then we can go, if there's any more changes. Oh, go ahead, Chief Elizabeth Wright.
So Tyler, if you can hear me, the second whereas
Okay, yes.
is still in there. I requested to remove that whole whereas, but if you leave it as is and say the current constitution of the Dene Nation is, or the Dene Nation reflects the values and needs of the Dene people, and take that aspirations out, because I don't know how many people around the table know aspirations. I mean, I just Googled it and it says hopes and desires, but if you just take that word out, then the values and needs of the Dene people.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief Liz. Tyler, can you please review that with all the additional changes, please? Can you read that out loud for the leadership, please?
Okay,
And speak loud.
Advancing the process to complete the updates to the Dene Nation Constitution. Whereas the Dene Nation is committed to self-determination and the empowerment of its communities through the establishment of a strong and effective governance framework. And whereas the current constitution of the Dene Nation requires revision to better reflect the values and needs of the Dene people. And whereas the leadership of the Dene Nation recognizes the importance of engaging with Dene leaders, elders, and delegates in the process of Constitution reform to ensure that all voices are heard and considered. And whereas the Dene Nation has sought funding to facilitate an in-person meeting aimed at communicating the Constitution as well as gathering valuable feedback and insights from leaders, elders, and delegates. Therefore, be it resolved that the leadership of the Dene Nation recommends that the proposed constitution reform be presented to Dene leadership during the next Dene National Assembly for comprehensive discussion and engagement. And be it finally resolved that the Dene Nation staff be directed to provide all necessary information and documentation regarding the Constitution Reform Commission ahead of the next Dene National Assembly to facilitate informed discussion and engagement.
Masicho Tyler, Chief Liz Wright.
Tyler, on the second whereas, the requires revision is still in there, and we aren't making any revisions to the Constitution. So it could read, the current Constitution of the Dene Nation reflects the values and needs.
Tyler, can you please zoom in so that the leaders can see it on the screen?
Okay. So we're dealing with this section right here. Can everybody see that?
Zoomed in now. There you go.
Thank you, Tyler. Okay, leaders, we're going to read this over again, or we don't have to read it over again. With the changes of the reflex, is this good? Is this good? The second row of the whereas, Chief Wright said to make the changes and put reflects. So he did make that change to the CRC. Okay, to the Dene Nation leadership, we would need a mover and seconder for the Dene Constitution. Can I get a mover to accept these changes? A mover. Moved by Chief Wright. Can I get a seconder? Huh? Oh, where? Oh, sorry. Must see Sub-Chief JC. With the changes, or any other comments, additional comments or changes or additions to the motion?
Oh, I was making a motion for the resolution, not to make the changes. Because we're just reading what's up there, right?
Yeah.
We're not making a motion for the changes because we never adopted this yet.
Yes. No, we're good. So
We're
we have a
making
motion. Yes, we have a mover, Chief Elizabeth Wright, and seconder is Sub-Chief JC. Huh? All in favor, please raise your hand.
Is there a quorum for this?
Chief Kayan, there is a quorum in place in the building with, yes, there is.
Okay, must see, just checking.
Motion is passed. Must see.
Tyler,
Yes.
can you make sure you re-record who's online?
Yes, yes, I will do that for sure. Thank you.
And just to clarify, was there anybody opposed online?
Just me, Phil. I'm not opposed, no.
Masicho Chief Kayan.
I have a question or a clarification on this. Are we getting a fresh copy before we leave? We should, just for our records and make sure everything's legitimate and any changes that it's made already, so we get a fresh clean slate. Okay, yeah, Masi.
Must-see Chief Bettina that you will receive the changes. Thank you. Our second resolution is addressing urgent housing needs within the Dene Nation communities. I'm gonna have Tyler read this out. Tyler, can you please make sure the leaders hear you and all the leaders on Zoom are ready for this reading?
Yes, I'm going to put this up on the screen right now. It should be appearing any second.
Tyler.
Yes.
Why don't you just start reading it while it's uploading?
Okay, sure. Okay, so this resolution is addressing urgent housing needs within Dene Nation communities. Whereas the Dene Nation recognizes that safe, adequate, and affordable housing is a fundamental human right and a critical component of the health and well-being of our communities. And whereas many Dene Nation communities are currently facing an urgent housing crisis characterized by overcrowding, inadequate housing conditions, and a lack of available housing options. And whereas the government of Northwest Territories, GNWT, plays a key role in the allocation of resources and policies related to housing within Indigenous communities, and it is essential for this government to be held accountable for its commitments and decisions. And whereas the Dene Nation is committed to upholding the rights, priorities, and voices of its member communities in all matters pertaining to housing and community development. Therefore, be it resolved that number one, urgent action on housing needs. The Dene Nation will pursue all available funding opportunities from federal, territorial, and private sources to address urgent housing needs within Dene Nation communities. This includes seeking collaborative partnerships and initiatives aimed at the construction, renovation, and rehabilitation of housing units. 2, developing a comprehensive work plan to identify immediate and long-term housing needs within Dene Nation communities including specific strategies for improving housing conditions and increasing the availability of affordable housing. This work plan, once approved by Dene leadership, could serve as the guiding structure to facilitate the allocation and management of funding related to housing. Number 3, developing a Dene Nation Housing Secretariat to serve as a central organizational body to manage funding and develop initiatives aimed at achieving safe and affordable housing in Dene.
Masicho Tyler for reading that to the leaders. To the leaders, do you need any changes or additions to that? Chief Wright?
On the second whereas, it says many Dene Nation communities. Can we change that to all Dene Nation communities?
Yes, I will capture that change. Sorry, the internet's a little bit slow, so it's just got a little bit of a delay, but I'm going to make that change right away.
And maybe being consistent with wording, under the third whereas you say Indigenous communities. So can we change where it says in this motion, Dene Nation communities, change Dene Nation to Indigenous, which is on the second whereas, so it would read all Indigenous communities. And under the urgent action on housing needs, change Dene Nation communities to Indigenous communities. And on number 2, you either change all of them to Indigenous communities or you change them all to Dene Nation communities, not to use different.
I just want to interject a little bit on that Indigenous word there. That's not the internationally defined word, so I don't know why we're using it. Should just stick to Dene Nation. Yeah. Let's see.
Yes, either use one or the other.
Yeah, Chief Elizabeth Wright said yes, use one or the other.
So that third paragraph would change to Dene Nation communities.
Tyler, did you get those changes that Chief Elizabeth has brought to you? Tyler?
Hello. Sorry, the Zoom conked out for a second, so I was able to capture most of them, but I just want to confirm. So the first one was changing on the second whereas, instead of many Dene Nation communities, it's going to say all Dene Nation communities. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then could you just repeat the other changes?
Please go ahead, Chief Wright.
It's just the one change, Tyler, on the third whereas, change Indigenous communities to Dene Nation communities.
Okay, so changing Indigenous communities to Dene Nation communities. Okay, I have captured that. And my apologies, there seems to be some issue with the screen sharing. So I'm going to try to get these up on the screen. But as of now, I'm going to be capturing these changes, and I will be coordinating with Dene Nation staff to have an updated printout version for all of you as soon as possible.
Masicho Tyler? Okay, with those changes and additions we made in the motion, in the resolution, can I get a mover to move with those additional changes? Okay, go ahead, Chief Eugene Hope.
Just looking through the membership, just a question. I think it's pronounced Taduli Lake in Manitoba. It's under the Acacho. Have they been informed of these BCRs, especially the housing one? Because they're in Treaty 5 territory. Taduli Lake, they're on the membership list there.
Tyler, did you hear Chief Eugene Hope's comments?
Yes, so I'm just kind of seeking direction on is there a specific change or addition or insertion that you are seeking, Chief Hope?
No, I was just wondering if they were been informed of this, well, basically this constitutional reform and that the housing one there. Thank you. That's it.
We will ensure that all members of the Dene Nation do receive these resolutions as soon as possible. So all member communities will be informed of any of these resolutions that are being discussed today.
Masicho Tyler? Okay, we are voting on the motion of the resolution that is here, just to let the leaders know as they make the changes. Okay, and not just the changes. Oh, sorry. Chief Philip?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to add addition to the last page on number 3. Nation region.
I'm having a hard time hearing you guys when you speak. When you speak loudly, please. We can't hear you.
We just changed the battery, so it was not my fault. So sorry about that. But number 3 on the last page, developing a Dene Nation Secretariat. I'd like to add from each region, if possible. Thank you.
Okay, so just to confirm, the intent of the change is to have a representative on the housing secretariat from each region. Is that correct, or is it to establish some kind of housing secretariat satellite office in each region?
Chief Phil?
Just a rep from each region. Thank you.
Okay, I will write this now and then let me know if you're okay with this change.
Okay, read it out, Tyler, while you're typing.
Okay, so number 3 will now read, developing a Dene Nation Housing Secretariat to serve as a central organizational body to manage funding and develop initiatives aimed at achieving safe and affordable housing in Dene. This will include a representative from each region of the Dene Nation.
Chief Philip, is that okay? Okay, Tyler, Chief Philip said it is good.
Okay, thank you.
We're ready to move.
But just a clarification.
Oh.
Will we get fresh new copies today before we leave?
Chief, yes, we will get fresh copies for each of the changes.
Yeah, for each resolution, yeah, because
Yes.
when people were talking and then like, it was hard to understand all these changes. So, and then whoever's speaking, please speak clearly and loudly so that we can hear, because I think I'm getting deaf and blind and can hardly hear. I can hardly see Danny now. Holy. That white hair now. Holy. Okay, must say.
Masicho, Chief. Okay, can I get a mover to accept the resolution addressing urgent housing needs within Dene Nation communities? Question? Okay, moved by Chief Ernest Bitzina. Can I get a seconder? Oh, moved by, or seconded by Sub-Chief Philip K. Any abstentions? Anyone online have any comments or abstentions? Grand Chief Kashan has a comment.
Must see, Madam Chair. Follow protocol, I think we always have to move and then second and then comment. So, but we're asking questions ahead of time. So, but it's just that we are going to do a secretariat. I just wanted just for housing, nothing else. I know that we're probably in deficit, so want to make it clear that if we're going to set up a secretariat, it'd be just for housing, nothing else, and because we're really in need of housing and repairs. So I just wanted to make that. And that's a comment, Masi.
Masicho, Grand Chief Kashan. Okay, next is all in favor for this motion. Please raise your hand. Can I get it confirmed on Zoom? Okay, Chief Hope has actually left. We have to re-vote again once Chief Hope is back.
I'm good online now. I was just wood in my fire there.
Sorry, Chief Kayan, can you repeat that again?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I was just putting wood in my fireplace there.
Okay, Chief Hope did vote. So can I, just to get this clarified, this motion has been moved. Please raise your hand. The resolution has passed. Masicho. Okay, our third resolution that is on the table, it's the subject is seeking fair and equitable inclusion and long-term solution of child welfare and child and family services. Tyler, can you please read out the whereas to all the leadership, please? Masicho.
Yes, just one moment. I'm just going to pull it up and upload it on the screen now. Should just be a few seconds.
Tyler, just wait, please. Chief Philip.
Thank you, Chair. On the draft resolution, there's a number 24-25/004. It's on each resolution, the same number, just to point it out.
We will, before they're printed, we will give them a quick look over and just make sure all the numbering and formatting is correct. And you should have a hard copy within the next 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chief Philip, for noticing that. Please make sure that all resolutions have those changes. You know, I always say that resolutions and motions are very important when it comes to leadership. And we have to make sure that all our i's and t's are dotted and everything's perfect so that when we get the final copy, it's professional and it looks professional for the Dene Nation and the leadership sitting at this table. Tyler, can you read out the resolution, please?
Okay, so seeking fair and equitable inclusion and long-term solutions to child welfare and child and family services. Whereas we, the Dene, are a nation with our own laws and values and have lived for thousands of years as sovereign people. And whereas the Dene Nation recognizes the critical importance of child welfare and the significant impacts that current disparities in compensation have on children and families in our communities. And whereas the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, has passed several resolutions addressing the urgent need for increased funding and resources within child welfare systems, emphasizing the necessity for better consultation, communication, and tailored solutions that reflect the unique needs of Northern communities, including those in the Northwest Territories, NWT. And whereas children and families in the Dene Nation, as well as those in other regions without an agreement, have historically faced challenges resulting from inequitable compensation structures that did not account for their specific circumstances and needs. And whereas recent agreements reached in provinces such as Ontario have set a precedent for fair compensation practices that consider the needs and realities of Indigenous children and families. And whereas the Dene Nation recognizes the importance of collaboration and unity among regions that have not yet reached agreements to ensure a standardized, equitable approach to child welfare compensation across Canada. And whereas nearly every day a child is taken from their community, sometimes never to be seen again. Whereas Dene chiefs and leaders need to move together effectively and efficiently to respond to new challenges and opportunities. And whereas Dene leaders need to be informed about ongoing developments and decisions made by the National Chiefs Commission on Children, the NCCC. And whereas there is funding available for the NWT to engage in an exploratory process related to taking over responsibility and jurisdiction of child and family services in the NWT. And therefore, oh, sorry, no and there. Therefore, be it resolved. The Dene Leadership Meeting directs the Dene Nation to actively pursue a fair and equitable agreement for child welfare compensation based on the established calculations utilized by other regions, notably Ontario. And be it further resolved that the Dene Nation shall work in coalition with other regions currently without agreements to advocate for a national unifying agreement that addresses compensation for children and families. And be it further resolved that the Dene Nation establish a Dene-led working group comprised of 5 technicians, 1 from each region, and elected leaders from each region to direct initiatives and decisions. This shall include strong representation from Dene women. And be it further resolved, this national agreement should address the concerns highlighted in AFN resolutions and include provisions for, number 1, increase funding and resource allocations specific to the needs of children and families in the NWT. 2, enhanced consultation and communication strategies that ensure Indigenous voices are prioritized in policy-making processes. 3, recognition and integration of the unique cultural and community dynamics present in the NWT region into child welfare practices and reforms. Be it further resolved that the Dene Nation shall establish dedicated working groups that include representatives from families, community leaders, and child welfare advocates to oversee the negotiation processes, ensuring that the community's needs and perspectives are front and center. And be it finally resolved that a progress report on the advancement of this resolution and the coalition's efforts shall be presented at the next Dene leadership meeting, allowing for continued engagement, reflection, and recalibration of strategies as necessary.
Masicho Tyler for reading to the leaders. Is there any changes or additions to this before we move? Chief Elizabeth Wright.
Thank you. On the second whereas, if we can take out that current disparities, so it'll read child welfare and the significant impacts in compensation.
Okay, thank you. I believe I have captured that change.
And on the fourth whereas, it says children and families in the Dene Nation. Can we change Dene Nation to Denende? Denende?
Okay, confirm.
Dene Nation?
Okay, I believe I have captured that change as well. Thank you.
So on the next page, the second whereas, it says Dene Chiefs and Leaders. And then on the third whereas, it says Dene Leaders. Is it okay to take out Dene Chiefs and on the second whereas? So it's consistent?
Sure. So just to confirm, did you want me to remove leaders or add Dene Chiefs to the second whereas? Did you want this whereas to read Dene Chiefs and leaders also?
Yes, that's good. Add the Chiefs and.
Okay, I believe I have captured that change.
Okay, so let me count this here. So the second, be it further resolved. The second one, it says the Dene Nation establish a Dene-led working group. Okay, you see that one there?
Yes.
And then 1, 2, 3, the fourth, be it further resolved. It states that the Dene Nation shall establish dedicated working groups. So those two are kind of similar. And maybe one.
Okay, would your recommendation be we remove this one? I think that
remove one of them.
Okay. I think that this one captures that concept of the working group and has the specifics about the technicians and the regional allocation. So I have removed the other one, if that is okay with you.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
And the last one, be it finally resolved at the very end. A progress report on the advancement of this resolution and the coalition's efforts shall be presented at the next Dene leadership meeting, period. And then just take the rest out.
Okay, now one consideration, I'm just wondering what your thoughts on this. Should we change Dene leadership meeting to Dene National Assembly, as that will be the next large gathering that follows? I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah.
Yes, Tyler.
Okay, confirmed. Okay, so I believe I have captured all of those changes that have been made thus far.
Okay, so seeking fair and equitable inclusions to long-term solutions to child, family, and to Child Welfare and Child and Family Services. Can I get a mover to accept these, can I get a mover, please? Moved by Grand Chief Kashan. Can I get a seconder? Second by Chief Philip Blake. Any abstentions or comments? All in favor for this motion? Please raise your hand. Anyone on Zoom, all in favor? Chief Hope, okay. Chief Kenneth Kayan, any comments or any abstentions?
No, I'm good. Sounds good.
The motion has passed. Tyler, with the 3 resolutions that have been passed from the leadership, can you make sure that you send the copies over to the Dene Nation staff here so that the leadership can get these changes before they leave at the end of the day? And please be mindful that the draft resolution numbers have to be changed as well to make sure that it's corrected with these changes and motions that are very important for the leadership here at the table.
Yes, thank you. And I will send these along right away so everybody has a copy. Thank you to everybody.
Musty Cho, Tyler. We are going to take a break, about 10-minute break while the staff get things aligned for you, the leaders.
April, Chairperson.
Chief Liz Wright, go ahead.
Oh, okay, that's okay.
Okay, thank you. 10-minute break, everyone. When we come back for the 10-minute break, we're going to have roundtable discussions. Chief Danny Gadet, go ahead, please.
Oh, I was just gonna tell Ernest, my dad would have said, clean out the wax and open your ears.
Over.
When we get back.
Just to let the leaders, okay, just to let the leaders know, when we get back to the table from after break, I'm sorry, but there will not be no roundtable discussions or closing remarks. We would like to move into the closing ceremony, the drumming ceremony with the national chief and all the drummers for the closing ceremony. The planes leave pretty soon. Some leave at 5 and some leave at 6, so please be mindful of that. I'm sorry that there'll be no roundtable discussion on closing remarks. There will be some closing remarks, and it's from the national chief. And we want to thank you. The YK charter leaves from YK to Deline from, I know, saying this right here. Leaves from YK here to Deline to pick us up at 2 o'clock. It'll arrive in Deline at 3:30. And when it leaves Deline here, it'll leave to YK at 4:15 and will arrive tonight in Yellowknife at 5:33. The Inuvik charter, it's leaving from to Deline at 4:30. It arrives in Deline at 5:53 p.m. Leaves Deline to Inuvik at 6:30. Arrives in Inuvik at 7:54 p.m. That's your flight for your charter tonight. So I'm just reminding everyone of the flight schedules. The staff will work with you. If you have any luggage that's at the hotels that need to come here, or we can arrange for us to pick up the luggages before we go to the airport. So if you have any questions, please come see the Dene Nation staff here at the table, and we can make sure that your arrangements for your flights and your luggages are all safe and arrive at the airport. Masicho, everyone. Our break is now over. I just want to be respectful. The national chief is going to make closing remarks. So if everyone can please sit down, and to the staff, when the national chief speaks, if we can all sit down and please be quiet while he does his closing remarks. After the national chief does the closing remarks, we're going to have the drummers come up here so that we can do a closing ceremony. So National Chief Dene Gadet would like to say something. Chief Dene Gadet.
Masi, I just want to thank you all. Had good meeting for the last 3 days. And, you know, we got a lot of issues, but what I learned over the years is that you just deal with it. As they come, you just keep dealing with it. And I'd like to thank some of you guys like David, Richard, and, you know, Frank. You guys been at the table a long time, and your stories bring back a lot of memories for us when we were kids growing up watching you guys. So I just want to thank you guys. My elders that were here, I want to thank them. They're always a good reminder of why we're here, what we're doing things for. It's not for ourselves, it's for the next generation. I just want to keep reminding people of that. I want to thank the chairs, Dolphus and April. Thank you guys very much. Just want to thank the cooks and all the support workers we had here helping out. Masicho, you guys. Good food. Now you got to cook for 4 more days for another 500 people. We're looking forward to the hand games, and so we'll start entertaining people over the weekend, but it should be a good one. I want to thank you guys very much. The community is ready for fishing derby. We're ready for hand games, drum dances, everything that comes with it. So, bingo, casino. There's casino tonight. Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, thank you guys again. And please go home safe. And Masi for everything you guys do for your community. Thank you guys very much.
Masicho, Chief Dene Gadet, for hosting all of us. We want to thank you so much, and to all your community, your leaders, your youth, and everyone. Masicho. The next we'll have National Chief George McKenzie have the closing remarks. Masicho, National Chief.
Before I do that, I'll leave it up to each regions if they want to say something. Closing remark from the regions. We'd like to hear each other. If one per region, it could be more. We'll start with this region. We'll go around.
Yeah, thank you. Chair, Grand Chief, staff of Dene Nation, all the cooks. I want to thank you for all that you do for your community. I want to thank the host chief, Dene Gadet. Your leadership is really good to see on what you're doing with self-government. You've got a nice community, friendly people. We just want to thank you all. Good luck in your drumming hand games, and most of all, safe travels to everyone at this meeting. Masicho.
Grand Chief Kashan, would you like to say anything? Chief Richard.
I'd like to really thank the chiefs, all that we come to meetings like this, and it's so good, feels so good all the time. You know, that's us, from way back, our grandfathers, they've been like that, and they speak the truth. They don't cheat you. Those 2 things we keep, even that our nation will get stronger. You know, and the other thing too, that in we're all like that. When we shoot something, we share it with others. We don't sell meat. That we really keep that in our culture, because that caribou, all the food from the land is so beautiful food that the curator put there, and we can't put that. When we sell meat, we're putting it under the human creation. So make sure that we don't do that. We keep God's standard, and that's how our ancestors have been doing all the time. And that's a strong, weight nation that help each other. And like we keep that in our mind. Our grandfathers have been great people. My daddy comes into my house while I'm still sleeping. He always calls me. He doesn't say Richard. He doesn't speak one English. He always calls me Beecher. Beecher, are you okay? He says that in my language. And so I just remember our grandfathers. They were so powerful people. So thank you for, we always have us and the people were, when we speak something, we just speak to one another, and that's really beautiful about that. That Ross River person came here, he's speaking about the shooting lots of caribou over there on the mountain. There's all kind of people, white people, everything. We got to take care of the people, the hope in the nation. Someday we'll put it, make the caribou protected by all the chiefs, that nobody just mess around with it. And yeah, thank you very much. Matisho.
Yeah, I guess.
Namaste, Ron. And Sinavitia, the nation. The Nagasokin Lada. Dene Masi, Kadu Mikaya, the Contano, the go on to the. There's no nota in the Masi. Kanita don't say gonna set down to the. Tu Togo, a Tugo Gande into Easter Zinga at the Gunati Sepego. You didn't even see no in a head of Saguchal and the Masi. Yeah, mi beca es que listen to ne con pega like na más seguro sí. O tendré que querer que hay una. De una con una tile más sí. Ya ni le conta le de esto sí. Phone canera que na se le da. La gotina que hay una se de yo. Ne que mi hospital de pie. A mi crede de pie cania hay una pegona di pero que a cariti go on. You can now time ka you know who la guja. Na Tennessee go team who la guja. When the nature and as what I'm gonna go and there. Shirima sits in Yania Kaki, Terra Karakarata. That do a guy correction day, Danny, Shirima Siu, she was a do her. Nahati Taneke. The Duke of the Kitty, dear, Tulita Gota. We won't carry him go Kaguja. Anita, you know, Sagunati, go. La sita says illegal, le sonicolo, as a hatrici. Caiso. Dene vicina not sound. The theatre get in as in Verekan had it to Easter cosini happy in Julian Nahi Law, Nathan or Easter dinner compare Massiga. Jaga correction Corsia Massi.
Thank you. Thank you, Danny. for the hospitality and allowing us to have the meeting in your community. And thanks to all the cooks and all the workers that provided us food and travel that assisted us this week. It's always a pleasure coming here. The last time I came was quite a few years ago, but I've been to many meetings these last few years. But I've always enjoyed coming to Deline because of hospitality and the food. So you can't get this kind of hospitality and food anywhere else. In those big city centers, you'll never compare to coming to Deline. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to the all the leadership, all the chiefs are on this table. You know, it's good to see all of you. It's good, especially the older chiefs. And the reason I say this because the next generation, like we're coming up, like because we're starting to get a little bit older, you know, and like we're starting not to hear less and to see less, and you know, like we're getting blind and deaf. You know, we're fitting right in there now. Yeah, like for the next older chiefs coming in. So I want to let everybody know that I want to say these individual names, but I want to say that myself, I went to Grolier Hall. 1979 to 82. But I want to say that there's special 8 friends of mine that I went to school with, and it was really good to know every one of them because they're friends for life. I'll just say their names. The Caroline Yukon, the cook. Wilbur Cook behind me. He also went to school with us. Jonas Modest, he was around here. Oh, he's here? Oh, but Jonas Modest, I didn't figure there'd be anybody more quieter than me, but Jonas is pretty quiet. That's good. So I don't feel so bad now. Yeah. But Jonas, yeah, we went to school with him. Jonas Modest, Leonard Kenny, Doug Dillon, our interpreter. Went to school with him. And from our leadership, the reason I want to say this is there's leaders right now that we are now in leadership now. I want to especially acknowledge Chief Dene. Thank you for the hospitality and the friendship that all these years we're still together. We're not we're friends for life. And let's continue on. I want to also acknowledge other leaders, Chief Wright and Chief Blake and myself. We all went to school together, all of us in Inuvik. So I want to mention that. I want to say that. I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to Dene Nation staff for all your work. You know, that Dene Nation, you make things easier for us chiefs, because we do serve our communities, we serve our regions, we serve our membership. And so you make our stay more welcoming. And also, and especially acknowledge Dene Cadets and all his staff and the community of Deline also too. I want to say thank you for all the hospitality, like the drum dancers, the hand games. It's beautiful. I really miss coming back home on my mom's side. Lots of family, lots of friends. It's good to see all of you. It's good to see all of you. So thank you so much. I also want to say thank you to the interpreters for interpreting for us. I mean, some people prefer to say their language. That's good, but I just want to say that thank you to interpreters For some of us, especially the younger generation, it's not our fault that because of residential school, our parents and our grandparents literally beat the language out of them. They more or less lost their language, so they didn't teach us. But there's still hope, though. There's still hope for this generation and the next generation coming behind us, that we can try to continue with our language. We need to revitalize it. So maybe Dene Nation, if we can try to take that on too. The language is very, very important. We cannot forget our language. It's so important. So I want to say thank you to the interpreters. And I want to thank all the people from Deline, like for showing up for all these meetings. It shows that you care about your community. It shows that you stay in touch with us, and it's good that you stayed around and you listen to us. And I don't know if the people are on online radio, but thank you to people on online radio for listening to us too. So masicho everybody. Have a safe trip home, and we'll see you next Zoom calls, and then we'll see you at the next summer assembly in For Good Hope, I believe. Yeah, For Good Hope. So masicho everybody. What's it?
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Cho, Mr. Senior, Tani Teja, Donailti, Sineja, Jania. I'm happy to be here. Yeah, no ya tisi vetoro no ya tia. The Harvard 18 hatuli. The zonda. Okay, ya LTC. No, ya tira ya LTC. No, tita. No, tita ya LT. Ada ja nai sa ne ya si ne. Ja ne ya. Ja tisin hurl ya. Ni hurl ya ke azula de ke sa pao. Azua pane. Unisi te. Tutok enai keuli hatuli te kui. Satani si cheluno. Hazu nai te. Desnechi. Cousin or another. At you see you did that. But as in a telehuli, at all, that's your silence in Tilatia. Sa no on it there. But that don't see the took eight in the Zalat earlier that I had in Zayle. But that's in nature. So I says to tennis or disease. At I know that John also necessity, then I get that told them, but I now city, the mercy the series. The knee, I told John. The not a lot now. But in the zone like now. At that, the John. Jadi dia sudah siap ni lalu, ayat tu nak kono jalan Denison. I said, "Ada mercy." Dia tu di sasi mercy. Dia sekui kosi, jangan nuhel dia. Asli dia ada. Ada si oriskir, sesi asli lah. Oriskir hanyu hatuli pepaha aile. Pepa sampau dina kela. ata Dene Nation. Yati ha atli si yiti ba sampa la de ni so. Se kwit hata se kwit kode. Ata ja se ya se ja nichti. Dene hinate ayu ja nar hade. Du se ko si. Anu kene tel si. Yiti si di nu helt helt ja. Helt helt ja. Ata yiti hasi usi. So I just want to say that it's really important to bring young people. I just want to say thank you to my grandson over there, Ashton. I know he's been I know that he's been kind of sitting by himself there, trying to help out, and but it's important to bring young people, elders too. It should be funny for them to be here, to be with us, give us like guidance and direction. So once again, what's he told? All the way around, good to see everybody. Sine, happy. And everybody safe travels, and once again, we'll all come together again down the road soon. Yeah, we'll see. I hope.
Let's see, we'll give the two chair the final words. It's a proper thing to do. After I speak, I want to thank Chief Dene Cadet for being the host. When we asked if we can have this special meeting in Deline, he accepted, and we knew, we're confident we're going to have a good meeting. I can speak for myself. I don't really know what year, first time I came here as a young man by boat, we followed Joabiska. Ever since then, I kept coming here as much as I could by boat, truck, skidoo. I love coming here. Personally, I have a family here. I want you guys to know. My late friend, Morris Nieli, because of him, his brothers and sisters-in-law, they're like my friend, and my relatives in Deline. That's one big reason I come here too. And also the friends I made over the years. I want to thank all the chiefs around the table that have come to this meeting since the July election. We had a lot of gathering like this in Ottawa, Calgary. Most of you came, and most of you kept coming. Some that were there with us are not here. We missed them, but they're busy. I just want to thank you all for showing up. As a past chief, and now in my position, I encounter and met with lots of elected leaders. Every time I see an elected leader, older than me, younger than me, we're just like brothers and sisters. We support each other very good, very well, because we want the Dene leadership to work. We want it to work. Sometimes, first time I went to AFN, they don't know me, they got to know me. There too, I got welcome right away. They're older than me. That's an example of what Aboriginal leaders do to each other in their territories national-wide. We support each other. We do it for our people. I feel good about that. And I came here, I asked my wife what he wanted to do. She wanted to come. She came with me before. She wanted to come to be my moral support. And I'm really grateful every time she decides to come with me. I think as maybe as the first lady, I don't know, but she's still like, she comes with me every time. She's my moral support. And I want to thank the Dene people, the Deline people, for showing support to the Dene nation. It's so important that the Dene people support the Dene nation as a whole. And also, I too have personal friends from Deline. The Tucho brothers are here. Dolphus Tucho is a friend from back from the 60s. We used to play sports together, went to school together, and his brother Jimmy, very good friend of ours. He was the roommate for my cousin Philip when we were in high school. So if you want to know things about Philip, ask him. Anyway, I just want to say that it's a good feeling when you come out of a good meeting. There's not really no hard disagreement at this meeting. It went too smooth for some reason. And I want to thank every one of you around the table for that. The elders kept reminding us, make sure that Dene nation never falls apart. It has to grow bigger than it is today. Why? For our young generations. We want them to be stronger than us in the modern way, but not to forget their cultural, their identity that is shown here in Deline. They have their identity. That's what we want for our young generations. And before I forget, I want to mention that Steve Caffey was here. It was to see an icon here. It was good. He was here with us down south. It was special. And I'll also like to thank my good friend, my colleague, Norma Yakle, for being here all the way through the meeting. Good. I want to thank April to accept being the chairman. She was also my colleague when she was a chief. Even though she ran against me, I asked her and she accepted. I'm so grateful for that. And also, we needed changes, we were told by the chiefs. Can't be the same person. So that's why we chose Felix Lockhart as our elder for Dene Nation, because Felix connects really well to the territorial hospital. And Felix always participated in feast, drum dance, and all that. I think it's a good choice. And Felix acts like my older brother. When I see him, there are people like him that are older than me that were chiefs. Every time you see them, they act like older brother to me. I'm pretty sure you feel the same way about them. So we're a big family, we were told by the elder from Deline. It's true. What can go wrong with us? Our land, our culture, our way of life is not for sale. We are the people of the land. Our land is not for sale. We need to keep that in mind. And I just want to say again, I'll turn it over to the two chairmen. But before I say that, last comment about my staff. I work with the provincial government staff. Today, I'm working with the nation staff. I have to say, I feel good about the Dene Nation staff. The commitment they made for the Dene Nation tells you something. They like their work. I just want to say that, and I want you guys to give them a hand. Give them a hand. Yeah. Okay, people that are listening on the Facebook, merci for listening. Merci for your big support. Merci.
Masi Cho, National Chief, for a very remarkable speech to the people of Denende. I want to thank Dolphus for being by my side during the leadership meeting. And I also want to thank the National Chief and all the staff for your dedication. The Dene Nation staff work very hard. You could see they're very happy, and we have to acknowledge them because, you know, they're away from their families, their husbands, their children, and they dedicate their time and effort for all of the leaders and for all of us here to gather today. So I want to say masicho to the Dene Nation staff and to all the staff on Zoom that are, you know, working, you know, far and trying to make sure that the communication is right. So I want to thank them as well too for all their dedication. I want to thank the leadership as well. You know, once I was at this table as well, and it's a lot of work. But I want to thank you all. Your communication and your strong effort and your leadership shows all across the territory. And remember that we have one voice, one vision, and we work together to honor our people in the Denende. And that's what we do. And I just want to say I'm honored to sit here, and to the Deline people. This is actually my first time in Deline. It's an honor to be here. When I landed on the plane, I made sure that, you know, I put tobacco down and said a prayer to thank you guys for bringing me into this beautiful territory. Thank you, Chief Danny Gadet, for your hospitality and for all your people, and meeting new people here as well is very important. So that's all I have to say. And this was an honor to be here as your chairperson. And I want to thank everyone. I can't thank them enough, but everyone that's on Zoom. We did have some leaders that were on Zoom. So I want to thank them as well. And the staff made sure that their voices mattered at this table, even though they weren't here. So we want to acknowledge that the leaders that were on the Zoom call as well. So, and all the helpers, the bus drivers, the cooks, the people that came here to clean, the children that were playing hockey next door, all the events that were happening in the community. And we wish you all a safe travel home. But we also have to acknowledge that, you know, and our best wishes to the communities that have lost loved ones. You know, Chief Melanie had to leave because she had a loss in her community. So I wish her the best, and all of the Decho and everyone else that has losses in their community. And I pray that we could pray for them and all their families as well, and wherever else that our young people are passing. So today's, well, the agendas that were in place, you know, they're very important for the Northwest Territories. And I believe the people of the Northwest Territories, myself, I'm very happy that each leader had the opportunity to speak on these important matters. And we should more move forward with one voice and one, you know, with the help of the Dene Nation staff, the help with all the governments as well, to make sure that, you know, they advocate for the people of the North. So masicho, everyone. Thank you. Have a wonderful, safe ride home, and enjoy the hand games. Masi.
Thank you very much. Like this meeting remind me of the first meeting that we have in Deline at that time was 1972, I think. And I don't think hardly more than half of you are gone. And most of the leaders I saw it that day, 1972, they're all not with us. And they're the ones that started. And that meeting, at that time, I was young and I was working for the government here. And I was the boss of Deline pretty well. And but I went to that meeting. Since then, I attended pretty well all the meetings. Even though I work for the government, I went, make sure I attended all the assemblies that the Dene Nation have sponsored. Because I think that first meeting I went to, they talk about the land, the animals. That's all they talk about. And I went. I always get the habit of writing things down, and sometimes I read my little notes and said, "What's this mean?" I just got out of residential school, and I was working for the government, and but anyways, that's how I got started, and I'm still here today. I'm 75 years old, and I'm still here, and it's been a long, long time. But every time they have a meeting, if I don't have nothing to do, I always go there, just listening, stuff like that. Anyways, I'd like to thank leadership and and George and the staff to allow me to chair the meeting, three days of meeting, and I hope everybody have a safe ride home. And I think everybody, listening to everybody, I think everybody enjoyed themselves in Deline. So, Masi Cho, and have a good ride home. Masi.
April.
Oh, go ahead, Danny.
Yeah, I forgot to thank the most important people, our sound people. Mitchell. Yeah, thank you guys very much. Mercy.
Wait, we are going to have the closing drumming ceremony. So if the drummers come up here, we'll do the closing prayer. The drums are back here.
Do the closing ceremony with the drums. When the drummers were already identified, so we needed an elder, somebody to do the closing prayer for us. So I'm going to ask my friend there, Norman Yakalaya, to do the closing prayer. Yes, you do the closing prayers, and then after that, we'll do the drumming, the closing prayer with the drums, and that will be it. Yes, Norman, go ahead, please.
Asi Sotane. Norman Yakalaya Sididi. Tulita Gotiet. I've changed my name to Yake Ula, but I still like an old pair of jeans like Yakalaya. It took me a year to change my name. I asked some elders. The last one I asked was Ethel Blond and Andrew. Ethel Blondin, I said, I asked you what was our name? Edward Uji said a different name. Ethel Blondin said, Yakeula is your last name, but the church said Yakalaya. So I told her that for change in that, I want to change my name for the honor my grandfather and grandmother. She told me that that's the one. Yakeula, she said. I sat with it for a year because I wasn't comfortable with what people might say about it. But my son Chase said, Dad, is that your name? Your people call you, then you should change it. So I asked my brothers and sisters. They said, go ahead. We like Yakalaya, we're going to keep it. But if you want, change your name. Yakeula, he said. So after a year, I finally did it with the government. Got the forms and I filled it out. And today I still not used to it. Kulu. They say that's okay. The National Chief, thank you very much for what you're doing. It's a big job you have. And all the chiefs. So you're going to ask the Wasene, the one that sits in the heaven, to watch over you and guide you with your families. We had a good meeting. You talk, it's all about relationship. Working together. And you'll have your own path. When you come together in Deline, very powerful place. You go to your country, very powerful place. I came here one time. I went to see the elder, Mr. Tanaton. And some other ones are not here right now. They always told me, go to the graveyard, walk among the grave. People, they know you're here. Go visit. Don't be scared of your people. Beautiful people. They know you're here. As my chief here was talking about who we are and where we come from. I've been thinking about that. Who is the Dene? Where did the Dene come from? And I want to say that it's still a mystery. The values that you have. It's written on the Dene Nation wall, 5 values and 12 principles. If you look at the values, they're all Dene. You look at the 12 principles, that's all Dene. The biggest principle, number 1, is to recognize the one who made this land for us and everything on top of it and around it. Very powerful. I hope one day those values and those principles will be enshrined in your constitution of who you are as Dene. We took a lot. As long as you stay together under those values and those principles, they'll never move you. So saying all that, we're coming back stronger. We stay together. Really appreciate Deline under my cousin leadership and other former chiefs. Sometimes you go somewhere where there's no path and you have to lead it. That's the toughest one because it's never been done before. How are you going to make a lot of mistakes? Lots. As long as you have God on your side, the drums that help you with your families that are not doing too well in our communities. When my elder saying, what's going on? What's going on in our land? How come so many people are hurting? Many people are passing away. So much, but we got so much to be grateful for. Masi, allow me to say a few words and be with you and safe travel home. Masi Cho for the Deline government, Deline people for looking after us really good. I think my jeans are a little tight right now, all the good food, but that's okay. I want to say that keep well. And they say in Tulitan, February, I've been telling my son in our country, February is the birth of the cold weather moon. So it's supposed to be cold. Chase, don't complain about the cold because February is the birth of the cold weather moon. Masi. We'll say the prayer now. Father. Masi, Niwasene. Watch over us. Thank you for the drums you've given us and the songs. Safe travel home, everybody. Masi.